Hey, what is up, guys? It's Gilty here, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. Hope you all are having a wonderful, wonderful Sunday afternoon. I know I am. Let's jump right on into the MSQ so we can get a full 4 hours in. And I've been playing this prior to this stream, so we are ready and raring to go. What can I do for you, Rose? I thought you had your hands full helping out this new arm of the Scions. Ha! I barely noticed your recruits arrived. 'Twas barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we have passed through here every day. While I appreciate your offer of aid, 'tis more your burden than that concerns me. I'm told this trial company will answer directly to Manphilia, so I trust that means less work for you in the long run. Slaffborn, to shipment, we couldn't. Uh-oh. What happened? Godswoman, what befell? We were bringing a shipment to Revenant's Toll, provisions, and earmarked for the frontier effort. But just as we sought to cross over into Mordona, we were set upon by brigands. I believe they may have been heretics. They were too many. We only escaped of our lives by abandoning the supplies. Pray forgive us. There is not to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your rest and I'll have someone along to tend to those wounds. What to do? If heretics are involved, then this is like to be more than a case of simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. Whence did these supplies originate? House Four Temps. We collected provisions from Camp Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see what they are apprised of this development. Rose, were you not on good terms with Knights of House Four Temps? And Viadora, thank you much for the raid. Welcome, welcome, raiders. I am Mark, aka Giltspire. I'm an educational Dead by Daylight player here to teach codes of play killer and survivors how to play against killer. However, we are also a Final Fantasy XIV warrior as of this moment and have been playing the hell out of this game. If you guys are interested in an MMORPG, I would highly recommend Final Fantasy XIV if you guys haven't already tried it out. But Guilty Ones, if you haven't already, definitely make sure to say hi to Viadora. Drop them follows so next time they go live, you can thank them for the raid. Viadora, how was your stream today? Hopefully went well. Were you playing Killer, Survivor, a little bit of both? I'll be sending them a missive immediately, of course, but I would also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. You can't buy or try. That is true. That is true. You can't buy or try the game as it's too popular. However, when you are able to buy or try it, would highly recommend it. Went good, did some Swift. Very nice, very nice. Where you becoming a headache to the killers. Where you harassing them as all good survivors should. Yes, I realize I contradict my earlier hopes to lighten your load, but I need someone who can help bring this incident to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favorable relations with Ishgard, my brain just short-circuited here. With Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. Thank you for your understanding. I'm certain Lord Archifont will be glad of your assistance. And thinking about getting back into 14, but not ready yet. I mean, I'll say now feels like a very good time to get back in it with Endwalker. And as you can see, me being level 60 and this mission being level 50, have been absolutely loving it. I cannot speak of this game in higher grace, honestly. It has been my pastime. But have a good stream. All right, Viadora, I hope you have a great night. Thank you much for the raid, and I hope your night goes well. Sleep well, eat well, what have ya. Well, visit my fine friend Rose Hunt. Would you care for a plate of roast caracul? Some mulled wine? No, I see you have not come in my hall merely to escape the biting cold. I was, in fact, on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Revenant's Toll, and I suspect the timing of your arrival is no coincidence. You'd be correct. Let's see, these are 110, so we're just gonna go straight to the silver piece.
The incident with the new frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurthus soil.
This is true.
Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fortom does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts. 'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Tome. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed.
So when they say heretics, are you talking about the dragon people? The dragon worshippers?
Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day.
Which suggests either a backer or a leader of some sort.
This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name.
I imagine I will be the one to uncover her name.
What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her.
Interesting.
Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve.
Either out of fear of dying by betraying her, or just revering her in such high regard.
The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity.
Sounds like a scouting party.
A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait?
I mean, I'd probably face worse.
Halone's blessings be upon you. Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons? It might be otherwise.
I mean, just tell them it's dragons.
But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long.
I like you. This person actually is probably the best ally here.
Pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good supporter of our cause since our time of coming to this area. Versus everyone else who was basically like, get the hell out. Alright, so let's take a look. Where are we? Oh, we're over here. I see. I see where I need to go. Alright. Oh my word, I can't believe I'm almost full up on my inventory again. I literally transferred all the crafting materials over to my saddlebag just for the sake of not discarding them right now in case I get into crafting. But literally, I'm on my 4th page again. Cannot believe it. So I'll have to probably take a look at discarding things after all. Okay. Looks like we have to go in here. Nope, not in there. In here. Come on, go on down. Hello again. Rose, welcome, welcome. You'll be pleased to note that the repairs of the stone vigil proceed apace. We shall rebuild sure and strong that the Dravanians might better place them senseless, batter themselves senseless against our shield in the west. I adventure, however, that the matters of masonry are not what brought you to Whitebrim. On the trail of a band of thieving heretics, you say, by the fury, but you do seem destined to cross paths with those villains. I must confess, then, 'tis a sad truth that the wilds hereabouts have indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly, without warning, and are canny enough to evade our most able trackers. But it is not merely their newfound organization that confounds us. The heretics themselves seem somehow changed. I know not what manner of influence this ice heart wields, but the men we face seem utterly lost in the grip of righteous fervor. 'Tis an unsettling and unnatural zeal. Mayhaps you would care to question one of their recent victims. As fate would have it, your arrival came moments after a traitor was waylaid on the road. A patrol found the unfortunate fellow lying senseless in the snow and carried him to our infirmary. Assuming he has regained the use of his faculties, the merchant might recall some small detail that could aid you in your task. Alright. And diesel. Let's see, where are you? Are you up here? You are, there you are. Mistreated merchant. Tell you what happened? Why, yes, of course. I'm quite recovered enough for that. Anything to help catch those cowardly blackhearts. I was traveling my usual route to Whitebrim Front when a sudden blow sent me reeling. Next thing I knew, I was on the ground and several heretics were rifling through my cargo, arms, armor, crystals. They were taking everything. 'Twas then that one of them noticed my bleary gaze and stalked over to better acquaint my head with his mace. Before darkness claimed me, however, I distinctly heard the words, "Return to Snowcloak." Ooh. I dare say that this is where they were hauling my goods, but you'll not catch me rushing off in pursuit. They'll tell me 'twas a miracle I survived it all, and I'll not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. Who needs a helmet when you're able to take a frickin' mace to the face? Alright. Let's head over to here and see what's up. See what these heretics are actually like. Well, there's more fallen people here, so I want to say I'm probably in the right spot. Hello. Don't mind me, just going to get both of you. Alright, easy enough. And looks like we're going to go in further. Oh, I remember this area. I've been through here a few times for some side quests. Draw your weapons, Val! Wait, I recognize you, adventurer. You are, come-seeking heretics. Then we share a common purpose. We were on patrol when we chanced across one of their raiding parties and pursued them here. By rights, we should have had them cornered in this ravine, and yet they are gone, vanished like icy wraiths. Interesting. Maybe these people are touched by a primal. Ooh, who is this? Alright, going further up there. I don't remember there being a cave up there, however. You glimpse one on top of the cliff. Could it be Isart herself to come sneer at our folly? And to where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage through the frozen wall, some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not the men to risk further investigation. 'Twould be best we were to return to Whitebrim Front and lay our suspicions before Lord Drillmont. Alright. I mean, I could probably go, but sure. Why not? We'll fly back real quick. Ain't too much of trouble. And flying makes this game so much easier. Like, not even need for crystals, just flying alone just allows you so much mobility that it makes it seem inconsequential to the points where I was just running on foot. Rose, appears I owe you my thanks once again. The surviving knights spared no detail in their report. The men you found out near Snowcloak were some of my finest, that they should be bested so handily. I fear I've woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose. While I understand you might balk at the notion, I must ask that you put aside your mission and consider the stolen provisions lost to us for now. It would be ill-advised to blunder unprepared into what may well be their very lair of our enemy. Pray return to Dragon's Head and inform Lord Harchefant of our discoveries, he will wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Isart and fanatics, the freezing heights of Snowcloak will not shield them from our justice for long. All right. So looks like we're gonna go over this way. Trying to keep down our gil expenses when it comes to teleporting within the same zone. If it's outside the zone, then I'll teleport. But if it's inside the zone, then, you know, might as well, fly there. So far, I haven't really found much use for gil, to be honest with you. I think the only time was completing, Bravura. I bought the bandolier rather than crafting it myself, which required level 50 crafting.
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Indeed. And this transpired at Snowcloak?
Well, potentially their hideout.
Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway?
Would make sense.
Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order.
Probably not a bad idea if that is their hideout.
Considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma.
Yeah.
As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion.
All right.
Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action.
I'm hoping that this person is much like you and not much like those who I've met prior.
Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche.
Not sure if that is a uplifting thought or not so much given the nature of avalanches.
On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
Okay, that's rather kind of you. Alright. So, there we go now. Oh, guys, we're going back to Slavborn at Revenant's Toll. Yeah, he is a good bean. I would agree. He was one of our best supporters when we were being thought of as heretics by the false priest? No. What's they call it? Not priest. Inquisitioner. There we go. Oh, I don't want to click on you when you're frickin' whale of a frickin' mount. Also, let you... The person who pet you was me? Oh wait, you pet me? When was that? Is this you? Ah, it is you. I was like, wait, someone did that? When? Welcome. That's you. I appreciate you. Oh, well, render request void. Friend request? I shall accept. Thank you, I appreciate it. Flash job. So, what job are you? Company Wanderer. View. Search info? Online tank. Okay, so this actually shows all of your jobs. Huh, I didn't realize that. So it shows all of the levels and ranks. That's actually really cool. I was not aware of that. So it shows that you've 80'd Paladin, White Mage, 90 Monk, 80 Summoner. And I think the next job that I'm going to pick up might be Samurai. A few seconds delay. Yeah, exactly. I have it on pretty low latency. So, let's see. What does Slaffborn have to say? Roast, it's good to see you return to the Toll. How fared you in the frozen waste of Corthus? House Fortems is to send us a second shipment. I must send thanks to Lord Harchefont for his continued generosity. Yet even as our town grows in prosperity, I fear it will attract even greater numbers of those who would do us harm in the name of greed or power. All of us, Alphanod's new recruits included, must remain vigilant against such threats. Silver pieces, please. And still looking at a 110 silver pieces. While you're away in Corthus, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all but completed, although Tataru does yet seem somewhat flustered. I've taken enough of your time. Why don't you head into the Rising Stones and see if your frantic receptionist could do with a hand? Alright, let's do that then. Need to go into the stone. Tataru. These parchments need to be sorted, and these documents, why are they even here? Oh, I am sorely tempted to file the law in my waste paper basket. Ah, Rose, you startled me. You wished to lend a hand? Splendid. Would it be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits? They're scattered about Revenant's Toll, and I haven't the time to track them all down. The recruits know to don their garb immediately and assembled here in the Rising Stone. You'll want to report directly back to Alphanod if you don't wish to miss the ceremony. I wonder if the Silence will ever have matching uniforms. A well-funded organization is a well-dressed organization, I suppose. Fair enough. Also, am I able to, like, invite you to a party? Or is that not possible if you're not an FC? Oh my god, that's a lot more recruits than I had expected. I feel like I only recruited a handful. Those who believe this company will see no riches are short-sighted fools. The giving of oneself 'tis an investment in future, thus did I sign my name to the cause. I'll hurt your XP gain? Ah, fair enough, fair enough. I guess because you're over-leveled. These uniforms were a splendid idea. Once our organization has made a name for itself, there shall be wealth aplenty in selling replica costumes to adorn masses. Let's go to this one out here first. Though you are up top of something. Hold on. What are you guys looking at? I thought it best to mimic my fellows here, but I admit that I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Your guess is as good as mine, my friend. Ah, new uniforms. I was reminded of my induction into the Wood Whalers. What are you all looking for? Alright, let's see. I have a friend over here. Once again on top of something. Isildur has at last retired from the adventurer's life, though I shall miss his wisdom and irrepressible spirit. I'm excited to forge my own path forward. Ah, yes, the uniform, thank you. Truth be told, the thought of pledging myself to such a lofty organization is somewhat intimidating. Actually, let's do this. I don't believe you've met. I am Ilberd, and I will have the honor of leading my fellow recruits as captain. Much did I lose to calamity, I look forward to aiding others in rebuilding theirs. Uniforms are a shrewd decision. There is no easier method of creating a common bond amongst what is essentially a band of strangers. The Scarlet Garb marks me as a proud member of the Maelstrom and a hardy defender of Limsa Lominsa. Yet, in truth, I stand for the betterment of the realm and thought this new company a fine opportunity to contribute on a grander scale. Oh, now that's a striking shade of blue. Put alongside my maelstrom uniform, my wardrobe will certainly not lack of color. That's one way to look at it. And then there's another person. Oh, where are you? Why do you have to all be at different elevations, I swear? No, not you. Hello there, lass. Looking for me, was he? I'd just given a whistle, but I'm not sure I'd hear it amongst all the bustle. Oh ho, proper uniforms and all. This thing will cut off the blood to me head. Not to worry though, I'm sure she'll be fine after making a few adjustments. Little amigo can learn much from Revenant's Toll, that this town can be so alive in the midst of such desolation. I've never worn aught quite so voluminous. Well, I'm sure I'll grow accustomed to these extra cloth in time. I mean, you're in a winter area. You should probably wear more clothing. Might not be a half bad idea, bud. Hey, what's up, Alex? How you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Rose Hunt, gods! I did not expect to meet you strolling around town. The tales of your primal battles were what inspired me to come to Revenant's Toll. Me this whole time didn't actually know? Fair enough, fair enough. It's an honor to receive this uniform from your hands. I shall wear it with pride. I'm playing Stardew, but I'll lurk. I appreciate it, Alex. Thank you, thank you. Alright, let's go talk to Tataru. Tataru. Oh, not even. We're going to probably talk to Alfie. Yep. Yes, Rose. Tataru mentioned you were handing out the new uniforms. I assume you've now met the rest of the recruits. Some few entered a call to arms I put forth through the established grand companies and such. You're not yet an army, but there's much a small corps of elite warriors can achieve. That I mentioned, I thought of a name for the company. 'Tis my hope that it shall soon be known across the breadth of Eorzea. The moment of truth draws near, Rose. Once the last of the recruits have gathered, I shall make the official announcement.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one.
Doesn't really roll off the tongue, but I like it. I like it.
Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all!
A rousing speech nonetheless, though. Nicely done, Alfie.
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Please, Antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were.
More or less organizing.
We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready.
Imagine our numbers will grow as time goes on.
I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions.
A lot of spoken cutscenes now, which I do like, but it sometimes goes from one to another, resulting in a very lengthy bit of dialogue.
Yes, I'm listening.
More trouble?
So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle.
Okay, students of
Such power
Beldecion.
defies comprehension. Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12.
Imagine a member of the students of Beldecion.
I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Urianger. My thanks. I shall contact you anon.
So not in
When
good
I learned
condition.
of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death.
This is accurate.
Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima.
Well then.
Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well?
It's possible, though you'd think something of that magnitude would be noticed maybe a little bit earlier.
I wonder. Have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans?
Nope.
Then she speaks to neither one of us. Heidel's silence portends naught but ill, I fear.
Or it could just be like, as she kind of did in the final cutscene of ARR. Peace, I'm out.
Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
Alright, let's grab the silver pieces. Oh, another cutscene. Okay. Back out here. Doing a survey, I think. Very good. See that provisions are prepared for transport. Let's hope that this shipment is spared the fate of the last. What is that he sees? The winds are uncommon fierce this day. What that? Don't think I've been there before. Have I? That's Isgard? And no. Okay, I was about to say. I figured that I hadn't, but I couldn't say with certainty. Oh, that's a lot of knights. All of them have halberds. Or halberd. Oh, well then. That doesn't bode well. To Ascians. Oh, but he's not aware of their presence. Interesting. Very interesting. So is he being manipulated from the shadows? Okay. Let's see, still 110. So we're gonna go silver pieces. Try as I might, I cannot shake a creeping sense of dark foreboding, but it avails us not to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. The problems have been relatively quiet of late, and the beast tribes who summoned them are under constant surveillance by the grand companies. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, you may be certain that we will hear of it. And until such time as a permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Seans, Oranger is wholly dedicated to finding the means by which we may defeat the dark beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that front. But all of this you knew already. Let us speak of then of more current matters, in particular the state of the Crystal Braves. Alphino did well to find the organization, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I doubt not that he is doing his best, I felt that a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be. Independent to a fault and singularly loath to accept help. Save, of course, when that help comes from you. Alphino has entrusted countless matters of import to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again, were you to offer. I would be most grateful if you would go to him and support him in whatever manner you are able. I think that is something that we can certainly do. Alfie. Where's Alfie? Back this way. There you are, yeah. There you are. Thancred playing with his knife. Thancred, don't you know that's dangerous? Naughty, naughty Thancred. What is it, Rose? And do be concise, I'm rather busy. You lend a hand, you say, I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants for attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demands upon my time are such that I have little choice. Which is not to say that my men want for labor. Though we aren't but newly formed, there is already a great demand for our services, and we are hard-pressed to answer all petitions, but I digress. The fact is, I'd sooner attend to this particular matter myself, but my presence is required elsewhere. That being the case, I've entrusted its resolution to my second in command, Captain Ilberd. Tell him that I sent you, and he will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance, Rose. Captain. Hello. You can chat to NPCs, and their conversations will change based on what's happening. It'll become a source of interesting info in later expansions. Ooh.
Hail to you, Scion. How might we serve you?
I've been instructed to help you.
Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us?
Indeed.
These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own.
All right. Do pray tell. Should we speak somewhere more private and not in the middle of an open area?
That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence.
Okay, so we should probably move to a more, I don't know, isolated area for this exchange. Just a thought.
Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the Grand Companies.
I want to point out that his voice literally echoes, suggesting that everyone in this place can hear what he says.
Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning.
Hear that, guys? A spy in the Immortal Flames.
Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy.
So we now have the Ivy and Iceheart.
He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause.
Interesting.
These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself.
Could it be Commander Swift?
It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge. But we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root.
All right. Seems easy enough.
Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea.
Okay, so that's why they had more or less paused their ambitions. Terrans have cast summon, and I must answer, sounds good, demon.
When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly.
Like, there isn't enough going on in Ul'dah between the riots, between now Garlean spies.
Assuming
There's a
the
lot.
Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway. And if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purposes by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-woman army like you.
Yeah, I think we can manage that. Also, I like how, I've noticed it far before now, but I like how my armor does have the Ironworks logo right on the, like, neck piece. It's kind of a nice little touch. Alright. Oh, General! I have ill tidings once again. I'm sure you're tired of them by now, but here we are. Once again, we should probably talk about this somewhere more private.
Well, well. What brings you here, my friend?
Ill tidings of a spy in your midst.
She is here at my behest. Greetings, Roban. It has been a while.
Oh, they know each other.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears.
Aw, Robon looks so happy.
But look at you. The honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Oh, he sounds so
Not many,
proud.
but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye. We've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way.
Yeah, what's up,
We've
Bragg?
been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen.
Wow.
So you can guess how many summers it's been.
Quite
And
a
in all
many.
that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention.
Yeah, imagine trying to approach the General of Ul'dah be a difficult task.
As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
That is kind of insane. Fight in the Colosseum to earn enough coin to buy said Colosseum.
Ha! Spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to her, I'm little more than a glorified butcher.
I mean, he fought to
You,
survive.
You sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway,
We should probably get to why we came here.
I have tidings.
Ill tidings, more accurately.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought.
That's good.
To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak
Oh.
here, in plain view of all.
Okay, so an actual smart idea here. I like this, Raban. As long as it's in hushed tones and gestured plainly. Smart.
So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil.
I mean, that wasn't exactly a thing before, or due to Teleji. That was a thing prior.
But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the monetarists have been in league with the Empire from the first?
I mean, it is a possibility that if they felt that they could make a profit, then more likely not, and I'd be surprised to say if the Empire was not sitting in a wealth of gil.
Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days, and drink to the future of our homeland.
Oh, this is such a nice reunion. I like this.
Flame General. You wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up.
A friendly rivalry.
Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
I mean, I'm just happy to be here because I learned something about both you and Roban. It was an interesting backstory. That's very nice. I like that little detail. Alright, let's grab silver pieces. No, not you. And still 110. Probably gonna be for 110 for a while. Our hunt for the Ivy begins in earnest, Scions. Suffice it to say, we must tread warily, but one misstep may well cost us our lives. Our business here is concluded by the time being. Let us return to the Rising Stone and report to Commander Levier, i.e. Alfie, who I will continue calling Alfie. Or Alpha Nod. Alpha No. One of those three. And where are we? Alright. I'm sure Alfie will be happy for our hasty report. We returned from Ul'dah, Commander. And not a moment too soon, something has happened. Trouble? You'll recall that the Fourth was tasked with the reconnoitering the rendezvous site used by the Ivy's minion and its Imperial contact. Soon after you left, we received word that the unit was ambushed en route to its destination. Gods damn it. According to the report, one of ours has been taken captive. The Guardians are not wont to treat their foemen with dignity, and I have grave fears for her safety. We must dispatch a rescue party at once, recall those braves who are afield. Beg your pardons, Commander, but we have not the time. I'm afraid I must ask you for your aid once more, Scion. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Guardians with more captives, yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you are the best chance we have. Captain Ilberg has the right of it. I trust you are willing, but of course you are now. Elaine of the Fourth lies in wait in the tangle near the entrance to Castrom's Sentry. Seek her out and she will apprise you of the situation. Easy enough. Welcome back. You're just in time as we have been sent on a rescue mission. Alright. Let us see where we need to be. Okay, so it's the same zone. It'll be easy enough to get from point A to point B. And let's see. Should be able to see them in just a few moments. Oh, of course they... Why is it always that they end up in a fate? Without fail. You would aid us in the rescue mission. We are in your debt, Warrior of Light. Now time is against us, so allow me to brief you of the situation. The Garlands fell upon us without warning, wounding poor Resh and hauling her away to cache from yonder. Outnumbered as we were, it was all we could do but flee and regroup. Even as we speak, the Garlands may be interrogating Resh or worse. If her hurts, I fear that she will not long survive their attentions. You must rescue her without delay. Our order may yet be in its infancy, but the bond that binds us is strong as mithril. None of us will stand by while a comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the Fourth, will infiltrate Castum Sentry. Please help us find Resh before it's too late. All right. I think I can do that. And the good news is we can fly right on over. Hello there. Hello. Let's grab you. Let's grab you. And let's do this. This. And let's do all the stuff. Easy enough. Thank you. Oh, where am I? Rash, thank gods we found you. And thank you, Warrior of Light. Now to quit this accursed place, Resh cannot move with those wounds. She will need to be carried out. I believe a diversion is in order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the Garlands will be only too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If you were to create a commotion within the castrum, we should be able to steal away unnoticed. So let's speak again once we are safely outside these walls. Alright. So where are we going? Hello. Oh, on preview, you say? Don't mind if I do. Let's go up to 100. Yeah, I'll just do that, though. Go up to 100 to start off with, and we can massacre the rest later. One down. Group numero 2. That's not what I wanted to do, but that works. So let's do this. Crit time. Go back. I should probably run 10 bits down at some point so I have my damage cost. Well, not that I really need it. Alright, let's try this again. This time, let's go 1. Oh, it's only 2 of you. That'll be quite easy. Honestly, it's not even worth me running out Steel Cyclone, though. Now, this is a little more like it. Let's go to you. Let's get 50. crit. Steel Cyclone. Steel Cyclone. Oh no. Oh, he stunned me. You been annoying all the time. Alright. Yeah, in retrospect, using Steel Cyclone in the last group was not worth it, as I could not get the casters close enough to one another. I've awaited your return most anxiously, my friend. You have done us a great service indeed. Thanks to your aid, our comrade Resh is safe, and we suffered no further casualties. Words cannot well express my gratitude. All that is left to report the mission success to Commander Levieur. I shall go ahead to the Rising Stone. Alright. Easy enough. I mean, so far I feel pretty comfortable on rotations like that. And so far my dungeons have proven that I feel like my rotation's pretty good so far, given what I do not have access to. So once I actually get into Heaven's Ward, I'll be able to get a large number of abilities that I currently do not have access to. Hello, Alfie. Ah, it does me well to see you thus returned, though I doubt not your prowess. Entering an enemy stronghold is great considered to be a risky venture, and I must confess to have been a trifle anxious. But here you are, hale and whole, having succeeded in your mission as is your wont. Lest you wanted a woman you rescued being cared for by the Domans, thanks to their expert administrations, the danger is past. You have my gratitude, Rose. Allow me to thank you also, Scion. Resh owes you her life. We escaped minimal casualties this time, but we can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to be trifled with. As you say, Commander, I'll see it that the men keep their wits about them. And it may yet take time, but I will not rest until we have identified and apprehended the Ivy. I have every confidence that you will succeed, Captain. As for you, Rose, I realize you have scarce caught your breath, but I'm afraid there is no rest for the weary. I require that you accompany me to Korthus. I have been granted an audience with an Ishgardian dignitary, you see, and the man expressly requested your presence. Oh, do not look so surprised. You should be familiar with the trappings of fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you are ready. These are still 110, so silver piece it is. You've been blessed with a rare opportunity, Rose, an audience with an ambassador of the Holy See of Ishgard. We are to treat with Sir Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights in Camp Dragonhead. It is to be considered a great honor to serve the Holy See directly as a Temple Knight. Needs to say, their leader wields tremendous political influence. We would be wise to court his favor. For that reason, I consider your attendance essential. If Sir Aymeric wishes to meet the woman behind the legend, I would not deny him the pleasure of your company. Menphilia should see the wisdom of this plan when you request her permission to accompany me to Korthus. Mayhap you feel this is to be a waste of your talents, which could doubtless be, but to nobler use. If so, I should remind you that more good can be accomplished with the stroke of a pen than the thrust of a sword. Well, I would tend to agree. So you are in my company in that regard. Menphilia. A meeting with the Ishgardian ambassador, by all means, I think it is a wonderful idea. We have received reports of etheric disturbances or unusual beast tribe activity of late. If Alphino believes your presence may help him to secure more favorable terms, I see no reason to deny him. Sounds good. Menphilia, I take it Rose has explained the situation. She has. Yet welcome though these overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompted them. The Ishgardians have spurned all contact with the other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? Would that I knew. The question of their motives is one which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I know no more than is generally known. I know. The notoriously reclusive nation of Isgard, situated at the center of Ablathia's spine, ruled by a Isgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Eorzean alliance formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of convenience who withdrew from the alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed at the Battle of Silvertier's Skies. Since which time their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They have rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbors' pleas even when the calamity loomed large. And on the fields of Cartano, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. I have tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the alliance at every opportunity. I've explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one, our nations will fall as once fell Alamigo. And what have mine efforts yielded? What? Why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I should hope so. Rather than the lowly messengers we have been fobbed off with in the past, this time we shall meet with a man of genuine influence. Of course, I'm not so naive as to think that they come to us out of the goodness of their hearts. We have something to desire, though I have yet to find out what. I bet you it's me. I have a sneaking suspicion it's me, hence the request for my presence. But such is the nature of diplomacy. They'll bring their agendas to the negotiating table, and so will I, along with a handful of incontrovertible truths. And Empire will soon be our doorstep once more. Indeed, you may be assured that I will expound upon this point and others. Let us depart for Camp Dragonhead, Rose. Our old friend, Lord Harchifont, is expecting us. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further integrated yourself with the man. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. All right. Let's teleport on over. And see what's up. Hello. Ah, Rose, ever welcome sight. Our hearths have been stoked to blazing in preparation for arrival. I would not do for such a distinguished personage to catch cold whilst enjoying our hospitality. The gesture is much appreciated. Fear I shall ever struggle in cold climates. Wearing more clothing would probably help, Alfie. Ah, good Master Alphino. An honor as always. Likewise, Lord Harchifont. Forgive us yet another imposition. I fear we have relied overmuch on your aid since you so generously assisted us in locating the Enterprise. Nonsense. Any debts incurred have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? House Fortems may even seek the aid of your newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, I am simply delighted the Holy See is at last willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries at Snowcloak helped to justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is of grave concern to us all. But to the matter at hand, Sir Amaric arrived in Camp Dragonhead earlier, and I'm told he is eager to meet with you and at your first convenience. You are doubtless weary from your journey and desirous to rest a while by the warmth of our hearth. But if you are willing to forego such comforts, pray inform the knight stationed outside the intricacy. He will grant you entrance and send word to the other attendees. As inviting as your hearth sounds, I think it best we proceed to the intercessory forthwith. They do like their thesauruses, don't they? Hello? Hello, that's a polar bear. Oh, you're over here. I see. Yeah, I've been expecting you, madam. Pray take your ease inside and I shall summon the others. How to tell I've done these quests too much? Fair enough, fair
Have
enough.
faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
Hello! How you doing today, skater? Hope you're doing well. You can't buy the game? That is
Commander
accurate.
Leia, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you.
You currently are unable to buy it. It is all but too popular. There are memes. There are plenty of memes regarding it. But I can tell you of certainty, as someone who's put in close to 5 days now worth of time since December 10th, so less than a month, I would highly, highly recommend the game. So once it is able to purchase, would recommend it. But since you are new, I am Mark, aka Guildspire. Normally, I'm an educational Dead by Daylight player, here to teach codes on Play Killer and survivors how to play against Killer. But on select weekends and Wednesdays, I become a Final Fantasy XIV warrior, currently going through A Realm Reborn, and hopefully to quickly get to Endwalker, so we can play some of the endgame content before the next expansion / game. I don't know what the plans are for 14. Face superimposed onto DJ Khaled's face with suffering from excess below in is my favorite. I can see why. I can see why.
I am Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple
I did
Knights.
say your name right.
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emmerich. I think we will find that we have much in common.
In my case, I don't know who the hell you are.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
You're not wrong.
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
Taciturn Temple Knight. So you don't... Taciturn, is that your name or is that your title, I wonder? Are you important enough to have a name? That's the question.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination.
Okay. I mean, it would have been nice if we had your aid earlier.
Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us.
Well, I'm happy to be
Now,
here.
Shall we begin?
Probably not a bad idea.
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the Primal Menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last.
You say that, but they fall all just the same.
Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean Alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
Okay. So what's the reasoning behind that thought?
On what grounds?
Thank you.
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry.
That is fair. Currently, no primal threat really does threaten Ishgard as of this moment. Though I imagine Bahamut, who is a god, quote-unquote, primal, probably concerns everyone within Eorzea. Not to mention the Allegan Omega underneath the battlefields of Carthano.
Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations.
Okay, so that is their stance, is that they do not meddle with internal affairs of others. They only concern themselves. So why send this person, who obviously is well known within Ishgard? There is something here as we suspected.
Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare.
Okay, so maybe we can be mutually beneficial. We can help you with the Dravanian conflict.
As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Which does include Ishgard.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet.
So basically going to wait until the threat is looming on our doorstep.
Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Do keep in mind, however, that was a effort by the Lions and me. Without me, all of you, including the Alliance, would have been utterly screwed. Just pointing that out there.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
That is a good question.
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Okay. Wanted to specifically meet me.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy,
Okay.
regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence.
Interesting. That right there says a lot about Emmerich and their stances. They are representative of Ishgard and thus have to simply communicate the policies, whether or not they agree with them, as they are not powerful enough to change them. Interesting little nuance there.
Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Forton has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers.
And would Ishgard be able to sanction House Forton?
I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Okay.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not. For I require something in exchange.
Okay. More or less holding the shipment hostage.
Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright.
Dragon
and there
star.
are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard-Sorma.
I imagine a dragon.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
Is it possible that the dragon be reborn as a primal?
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I don't think there's situations where we can't. This is more or less a hostage negotiation more than anything.
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions.
Once again, a very nuanced statement there, understanding that they may not agree about the policy, but do want to help in some way, shape, or form.
Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Wishful thinking.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
I think that's wishful thinking as of this moment. Uh-oh.
What is the meaning of this?
I was about to say, you better have a good reason for barging in.
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked.
The same shipment to Revenant's Toll, probably by Iceheart.
It was Iceheart, my lord.
What? By the Fury? All our precautions were for naught?
And I want to point out they're taking Crystal. I think that they're trying to resummon the dragon as a primal. I don't think that's exactly what's happening. Interesting. Very interesting. Still 110, yep. Is that the frickin' Batmobile? Just when we're starting to make progress, and to make matters worse, the caravan they spoke of is bound for Revenant's Toll. Assuming, of all places, honestly, were I so inclined, I should think the gods were conspiring against us. More like probably with inside knowledge. Regalia from Final Fantasy XV. Happily, however, I am not. I would know more of this attack. Let us speak of Lord Harchifont and find out what he has learned. I'm pretty sure that's the Batmobile. If I were to show that to a random person and go, what is this? Batmobile would be their answer. My sincerest apologies for the interruption, my friends, but the situation is such that we must act swiftly. If you'd be so kind as to elaborate. Iceheart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Revenant's Toll as it was passing through Boulder's Downs. It was an ambush, swift and ruthless. In an instant, every knight was slain, every crate seized. Then, as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone. It would be an impossible feat without knowledge of the route, knowledge to which only a select few were privy, I presume. Correct. So, it's an inside job. Quite. We can presume that the avenue of inquiry is due course. It seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush should be our first concern. The trail is yet warm. We must act swiftly, as Lord Harchifont said, lest crucial evidence be lost. You have a knack for discerning hidden truce rows. Why don't you go and inspect the ambush site in person? An excellent idea. Inform my men of your intent upon arrival, and they will gladly share their findings. Alright. Let's see. Where are we going? Am I going the right way? More or less. More or less. Wish I could cut immediately over, but I don't know what the skybox is for the limit. What is this? I've never closely examined this before. Interesting. Huh. Looks elegant in nature, I'd imagine, but I can't say with certainty to what it actually is. I think it's part of Dalamud. Gotcha. Alright. There's the knight in question. Move along, adventurer. There's nothing for you. Lord Harchifont bids you speak of us, then you must be. Beg your pardon, Scion. As you can see, they left nary a crate behind, tipped the wagon for good measure, even. Whole thing's a bit odd, if you ask me. Would have been easier to steal it through a damn sight harder to conceal it, I'll allow. Reckon they came prepared, probably with wagons of their own hidden away off. But pay no heed to my ramblings, absent of proof 'tis not but speculation. Might be as the squire receiving care of the observatorium could tell you something more factual. That is, if he's awake. Unlike myself, he was there during the attack, not that his presence amounted to much. Alright. Yeah, because I guess it is snowing relatively hard. If they did have wagons of their own, then that would leave a trail of sorts that should lead us to where they had went. Though paths like that do get hidden quite quick. defense area up here. Nope. Over here. Yes. You've come to ask about the attack, haven't you? You came upon them before the entrance of the Hall of the Seven Echoes. Pilgrims, we marked them as. Lost and ill-equipped for a journey further north. Our leader called out to them and one stepped forward to answer. Slowly she approached, her silver hair flowing in the wind like melting snow. Such a young girl. I thought some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. Our leader must have thought the same, else why would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words I couldn't hear, and she leaned forward as if to kiss his cheek. And then he sighed and crumpled to the ground. I didn't know what had happened till I saw the snow turn red. And then there was red everywhere. I looked. I tried to fight, but took a blow to the head, and by the time I came to, the others were dead, and the heretics were unloading the wagon. I couldn't, I mean, they had killed me, so I just lay still and listened. Iceheart's people spoke of deliverance and resurrection, and they spoke of Shiva. Hello, whale. A whale of a time, it seems that you're having. Alright. Back to Alfie we go. Eventually I'll get a new mount. Probably already have a mount or two, actually. Might not know it, though. Ah, you've returned. What news have you for us? It seems the Lady Iceheart does not scruple to sully her hands with blood. Who is this Shiva the heretic spoke of? Have you not read a single line of the Enchiridion, Master Alfie? Shiva was a traitor to kith and kin, an apostle who laid down with dragons. Now, we cannot expect all foreigners to know Ishgardian scriptures so well, particularly when it concerns the patron saints of heretics. Wait, you say she is the patron saint? Oh no, this all makes sense now. Lord Harchefont, what was the caravan's cargo? Crystal, armor, weapons. Ah, if I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge had requested a larger quantity of crystals. Do you not see? Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva as a beast tribe with a primal. Why else would they go to such lengths to secure crystals? I shall inform the Lord Commander at once. Lord Harchefont, you would agree that discretion is of paramount concern. Of course. I trust we can count on your continued support, Master Alphino. The Silent Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat. Our support is a given. I'll need to send word to my brethren in Revenant's Toll. Our entire order must turn its efforts to the prevention of this summoning. Naturally, that includes you, though I'm sure you would not miss this for the world. I mean, to fell but another primal. Still 110, yep. The persistent attacks on our caravan seemed little more than a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem to be sure, but a relatively minor one. That was before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks, of course. Now they have my undivided attention. After apprising Minfilia of the situation, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, Rose, pray join me in right in front. Since the incident at Snowcloak, the Knights of House Durandare have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts in the region. It is my hope that they have information which may help us to determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Drillmont should be eager to oblige us. I shall see you there then. Good. Alright. Hello. I like how they simulate whiteout conditions. It is quite nice. It does make for a pretty dynamic atmosphere, especially as you cannot see a lot in front of you. Which, for someone who has lived in the Northeast for a time, is very accurate. Sign the 7th on. Wish to join in the hunt for Iceheart. Your assistance more than welcome, my friends. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. You're all ears, Lord Gilmont. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garbs appeared to match the description provided by the squire who survived their attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak, the same self-frozen wall which we speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice it to say, the disappearance of these pilgrims and their provisions all but confirm our suspicions. I've heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. I took the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves to Whitebrim Front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you will agree that we must use every resource available to us. These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. Would it be in our best interest to coordinate our efforts? Such was my intent from the start, Sir Amaric. And so it begins, my friend, though I dare say it will prove an all too brief collaboration. Iceheart will not elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be subtler means by which we can locate the heretic's lair. Mayhaps Lord Drillmont has one in mind. Ooh, is this the lair? Those are certainly crates. But those look like knights. Who's this? Yes, excellent. My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there is aught else you would have us do, pray speak, and it shall be done. Yeah, those appear to be knights from around the area. Still 110, yep. Seeing as though we are always one step behind our quarry, even just beyond our reach, I would like to believe that these tables are about to turn. I must confess that having certain doubts. A joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it could yet yield the same same result. Fortunately, we are not without our options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor Guilliman. We have not. The mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long has been much in our thoughts, as has the question of what steps might be taken to prevent a similar breach of security in future. Accordingly, we conducted an exhaustive and covert evaluation of everyone in Whitebrim Front. Though some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. If this man has pledged himself to Iceheart's cause, we will have taken note of the movements of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves, and upon recognizing their intent, he may attempt to warn the heretics. The man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir John Tremont in the yard. I would have you keep an eye on him. If he ventures beyond the walls, follow him discreetly. Should you meet with a heretic, do not interfere, simply watch and listen. I have seen to it that the suspect knows nothing which could endanger our plans. Alright, right down here. Let's wait and watch. Where I'm watching, I don't know. Yada, yada, yada. Yada, yada. Mm-hmm. And there they go. Checked up on what patch you're in. It looks like you're in patch 2.4. How far away is that from Heavensward, out of curiosity? The suspected heretic leaves through the southwest gate. Accused knights. The suspected heretic follows the road east. 36? 36 patches? Or 36 missions? 36 missions actually doesn't seem all too bad, though the number is large. Yeah, quests. That's actually not too bad in the grand scheme of things. Though maybe I might do some MSQs offline in the future, just since we're going to be moving to a Wednesday-only schedule. And I can only do so many dailies without really doing much. It used to be 100 quests, but they cut it down to 80. I mean, a reduction of 20 is not bad in the grand scheme of things. For entirety of the patch content. Gotcha. Looking around. Hey! Hey! Where in the seventh hells are you? I'm freezing my bollocks off here. Not very subtle, are we? Suspicious Corthian. I'm here. You blundering oaf, why are you late? Standing on the wall, why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. Your sole duty is to the, bloody echo. Lower your voice or they'll hear us in a white brim front. Yes, yes, of course. The Temple Knights are, in Snowcloak. This is what you bring to me? We already knew about. Our comrades in Boulder Downs will use the tunnels dead before they know what's happening. Nonetheless, if you waste my time again, is that clear? Probably I'll kill you. All right. Let's head back and inform Drillmont of our findings. Then again, I'm also pretty quick on the draw when it comes to MSQ content, so I feel like 36 might actually go by pretty quick. Well, did investigation bear fruit? I see. I shall have the man detained at once. His guilt is plain. Would that you could have heard their words more clearly, yet the few snatches you were able to make out are nonetheless enlightening. It would seem the heretics are aware of our operation and confident that they can thwart it. Their comrades in Boulders Down are key to their plans, which means it is key to our plans that they be rooted out and put to the sword. That's where things start building towards Heavensward. Makes sense. We have long suspected that the heretics use a network of secret tunnels to traverse the highlands undetected. Given what you overheard, I fear that the Snowcloak may be riddled with such passageways, and that the heretics in Boulder Downs are planning to use them to take our forces unawares. Needless to say, we can allow that to happen. A contingent of House Durandare Knights are on patrol in the area, and I shall order them to begin searching for the heretics at once, but knowing nothing of our enemies' numbers or readiness, I cannot say for sure that they will be sufficient. It would put my mind at ease if you would consent to assist my knights with the search. I know they would take courage from the presence of so storied a warrior. Pray rendezvous with them at Boulders Down. If Halon is kind, he may catch these heretics before their plans come to fruition. Show them no mercy, Rose. The lives of our allies are at stake. Alright, over this way. I think they can go right over this mountainous area without much issue. Boulder Downs. Well, looks like we might be a tad late given the circumstances of what I see in front of me. Alright, so there's you. Let's get you guys over here, shall we? Do this. Hey, what's up, Crocodile? How you doing today, bud? Hope you're doing well. Alright, easy enough. Any casters here? Doesn't look very good. Work starts tomorrow? Work starts tomorrow. Are you excited or not so much? Oh, Fallen Heretic's effects. You're both? Fair enough. Well, I'm sure you'll do great. Don't be too fearful. Is it your first day? I imagine, based on that. And out of curiosity, what are you going to be working on specifically? I can literally see nothing. Alright. Mailroom in the U.S. Embassy. Ooh, that's very nice. Now, is this like a... Like, are you working a government job? Because that's what it sounds like. Or is this an internship of sorts? My knight sent no word of your coming, Rose. What has happened? What is that in your hands? By the time I got there, they're already dead. By the Fury, those were veterans with years of service. Internship. Ah, fair enough. I do hope it goes well, and hey, if it's your first day, then I'm sure you'll do great. I'm sure they'll do you well to train you. And now they lie dead in snow. Their bodies must be recovered and... No, we have not the men to spare. Not now. Not while Iceheart prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics he dispatched were not of sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves. There must be others, and I'll wager they are on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems the traitor you found managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. The parchment you covered is a timetable of the guardsman's watches at our outpost in Snowcloak. The traitor was stationed there long before he aroused our suspicions. Would that we had caught him sooner. With this information, the heretics would know when the watch was weakest. They could use their tunnels with impunity and prepare their ambush. The timetable has not changed, you see. Of course, it will be changed now, but the heretics may already be in position. House Durdain must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from the Stone Vigil. I can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. Time is of the essence, Rose. While my knights make ready to depart, the heretics may take our allies in Snowcloak unawares. Superior training equipment will avail them not if they are cut down ere their swords are drawn, but all is not yet lost. If you leave now, there may be time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly to Stormcloak and tell Sir Emmerich everything you have discovered. Alright, going this way. Yeah, I can't really cut over the mountain pass, so we're just gonna go through. 'Tis easy enough. Let's see, where's our friends? Rose, it's a welcome surprise, perhaps the only one thus far. As you can see, we have yet to uncover any hidden... What was that? Yet by gratitude, truth be told, we suspect that the heretics might be plotting such an attack. Now that we have confirmation ourselves, place my knights on high alert. As Commander Levier been informed, the Braves must be made aware. Oh, there's Alfie. It must be here, I'm certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? 'Tis but a pity this discovery comes when our enemy has us at such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think how many are watching us at this very moment. Confound it, this is all wrong. Iceheart has us scrambling to save our own skins when we should rightly be straining every sinew to find her and stop this damnable summoning. There she is. Come here, girl. Nicely done, Yida. Did they think Alfie was me? That was close, they didn't hurt you, did they? Only my pride, Yida. There'll be others nearby. We must see that they are given a similarly warm welcome. Commander Levier. There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we have secured the entrances to some half-dozen tunnels after spotting the enemy breaking the surface. But that is not all, sir. We think that the one of them may be important. Certainly, the heretics near flung themselves upon our swords to defend it. Aha, just as I suspected, amongst this warren of tunnels lies the entrance to Iceheart's lair. Some of the others were going in. A moment, Ethno. The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. We cannot say with any certainty that where the tunnel leads, much less what is waiting for us there. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking here on the surface. What if they were to converge on this point after we enter the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap. This is a fair point. I take your point. If the tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say, greater numbers would be more a hindrance than a help. Should we encounter difficulty, our own allies would become an obstacle to escape. I.e., they're gonna send me. A chain of plans. While we rendezvous with Sir Emmerich and keep the heretics at bay here, we'll go wherever that tunnel leads. If you find Iceheart at the end of it, do not let her escape. You're venturing to unknowns, so see that you are prepared for anything. I suggest you call upon your allies, though not too many, or Papolimo will sulk. I think that can be accomplished. For dungeons and content like that, I can join you because it's synchronized. I can't just join you on overworld content. Makes sense. So how do I invite you? Invite to party. There we go. Cool. Engine settlement damage just over here. Had we not seen the heretics breaking the surface, we would have never been noticed it. For say Emmerich's orders, we will stand guard outside. Please be aware that even should you encounter significant resistance, we cannot leave our post. Perfect. And let's do Snow Cloak. Also, let's unselect Thorn March. And that was easy enough. That goes a whole lot faster when you already have a group. All right. Are there any mechanics to this that I should be aware of? Hello. First time doing this. Any mechs I should be aware of? Alright, that's what I said. I was like, did someone say something? Nope, that was me. So far, I'm not seeing anyone say anything. Everyone's moving except for Tatako. This one shouldn't be that hard if I call anything. Cool. Alright, let's pull wall to wall. Or close to until let's see. What happens. Let's post up here and go in. Not bad. Probably could have gone one deeper. But I want to make sure that we didn't die unceremoniously. Doesn't appear until they're all dead? Oh. Well, in that case, that works out. We'll grab the tiny key, and I'll open the door. Oh, we have to get rid of them first, I imagine. More realistically, I imagine, get rid of the ice bomb. Perfect. Alright, let's go. Alright, let's take a look-see. Let's do 1, let's do 2, and let's do 3. Heal up. I just realized I'm not using my OG CDs. Didn't seem to do much damage, but gave us frozen. What does that do? Stack of 4 results in deep freeze, i.e. we should not allow stack of 4. How do we protect against that? I do not know. Snowdrift. When the snowdrift thing goes off. Gotcha. Alright, let's get rid of you at this point. 1, 2, 3. Let's take you, and we're good. Alright. There's a Gooboo upcoming. More than one Gooboo. Many Gooboo. Where am I going? I think it's best to set up shop. Well, that was a bit closer than I would like, but worked out. And I think this is where we hold up first. And all the AoEs stop for like 5 seconds. That'd be huge. Tap off. Pop OGCD. Cool. I remember the Yetis. Oh, I have to kill a Yeti? That's sad. Aim Yeti towards the Spriggans. Aim Yeti towards Spriggans. I can do this. 1, I have to bring the Yeti a bit further out, however. So they can't get him to face the Spriggan all too well. That should work. Come on, dude. Inner peace. Oh, Yeti boy. There's other Spriggan over here. There we go. Good stuff. What's the level of this loot look like? 90. Not even worth it. Not worth my time. Keep the train going. Right there. And ice bombs too. Where's this one? Let's get Surging Tempest. And we should be good to go. Is that it? We're finally done? Kind of, but not really. He's gonna drop anything? No. gonna be a bit of a friggin' pain, I think. So far, so good. I've not been caught in my AoEs at this point, I swear. They're good. Once that's picked up, then we can open this. And are we already at the final one? Looks like it. Good stuff. Very somber music. For all the fighting. Alright. Let's get you going. Hide behind the surviving crystal pillars. Alright. Take it, I can't interrupt you. No, I cannot stun you. So far, the amount of damage it does is pretty minimal. Are there any crystal pillars? I guess I should probably face it away from them if possible. Doesn't seem that help much. Stacking some damage. Well, looks like we didn't have to worry about the second Lunar Cry. Not bad at all. And let's give accommodation. Oh, I was gonna go to you, but I guess not. Appreciate your help.
The tales do not do you justice, warrior of light.
Ah, is this Ice Heart?
Yes, I know who you are, and you know who I am.
I mean, yes, but no.
I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart.
Alright. I was about to say, don't let her get close to you, given what we learned.
This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light.
No, but you don't exactly seem to be helping things.
I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost.
And how would you go about doing that?
In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good.
I mean, everyone thinks as much.
For Hydaelyn,
For Heidelin, she says. Interesting. Very interesting. What does she know of Heidelin? Is she blessed with the Echo? Okay. Check inventory, you say. The Fenrir card? Is that what you're talking about? Oh. Hello. Warren's orchestration role. I appreciate it. Still not entirely sure. Like, I have all of these. Faded copy of battle. I'm not sure what's up with the faded copies. These are orchestration roles, but I can't use them. Are they just things that I should get rid of? Faded ones can be repaired by crafters. Ah, I see. Hi, Alfie. That took longer than I expected. What news, Rose? So, Isart is but a pseudonym, not that it matters. That she managed to escape is regrettable, but that your description of the beast, you did well to come as close as you did. In any case, now that you can have a cleared path, the Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Perhaps they will find a route past the ice wall. Wouldn't that do wonders for their fighters against the heretics? The Crystal Bravers would certainly share that credit for it too. 12 be praised. Rose, we may yet turn the situation to our advantage, assuming we can stop Isart before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow Scions have not been idle. Minfilia and Uranger have been busy pursuing the archives of House Fortem, gathering what information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if you were intending to trudge back to Camp Dragonhead to report of the day's events, don't. Minfilia should be here any minute. I can only assume some people enjoy subjecting themselves to this cold. Especially if she has not put on any additional clothing. Swear. If Minfilia shows up with her normal garb, I'm going to scream. Hey, look at that! She actually has a change of clothes. Minfilia, you come to us straight from the archives of House Fortems. I trust your time there proved fruitful. Would that it had Orange and I scared countless texts, but what we found was of questionable veracity. Accounts of Shiva's life and deeds are sparse and contradictory, only agreeing upon one point. She laid down with a dragon, the gravest of all sins according to the Ishgardian faith. Yet in the eyes of Iceheart's followers, that was a holy act, the blessed union of man and dragon. How such a thing could even be possible is quite another question. Suffice to say, I very much doubt that we'll find a useful answer in archives of House Fortems. Much knowledge has been lost over the centuries, though in this case, one wonders if it is by circumstance or design. All the history books are made by the victor. You said that Isart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? Viewed without prejudice, most would agree that bringing to an end to an endless war serves the greater good. I think Sir Emmerich might take issue with your methods. I do not care if a few stranglers manage to escape until the sappers confirm that the tunnel is safe. The men are not to search it. Yes, Lord Commander. You pursue your foes with less zeal than I expected, Sir Emmerich. Lest you misunderstand, I do not deny that our enemy has given us good reason to be prudent. I merely meant you being a man of faith that I had expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not by the will of Halon that your ancestors came to this land? Why they took up arms against the Dravanians? What would they have done in your position, I wonder? There are those who believe their faith is a renunciation of free will, that unquestioned devotion is required of all who would live a life in service to the Fury. Such righteous fervor may well serve a knight on the front lines, less so a leader of men. This is a fair point. We are at all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. I choose to believe that Fury would value the lives of her followers over the deaths of her enemies. Very unique perspective based on what we have heard so far from Ishgard. But I would not presume to speak for the Knights of Eld. It was a different time, nay, a different era, and scriptures tell us only so much. Would that it told us more. Interesting. The man is awfully pragmatic for a servant of the Holy See. A welcome trait at the negotiating table, to be sure, less so when one's enemies are making ready to harness the power of a god. Mayhap he does not truly believe that Iceheart's plans can succeed. Truth be told, I too remain somewhat skeptical. Shiva is real, living, breathing woman. Of that there can be no doubt. In this respect, she differs from every other figure to have been summoned, each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception being Good King Mughal XII, the myth made manifest in response to the fervent supplications of the Mughals. Saint Shiva may differ, but what of the heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts at war with a mighty nation who yearn for resurrection of the one who embodies their beliefs. Is not, if that is not placing one's faith in a higher power, then what is? Crystals and conviction, Minfilia, they have them both in abundance. Can that truly be all that is required, considering that Endeku was summoned by Gilgamesh just simply through want of their friend to return? I'd imagine that be a yes. Enkidu, not Endeku. My survey team has concluded a preliminary analysis of the aetheryte Iceheart used to escape. They believe that she teleports to another aetheryte somewhere not far to the west. Despite the apparent proximity of the second aetheryte, however, they have been wholly unable to detect its presence directly. Unless Iceheart has some means to mask its signal, it can only be presumed she had to destroy to prevent us from following her. Without the means to teleport as she did, we have no choice but to search for an alternate route, most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists. Let's not give up on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Charlian may be able to assist us. I pray that you are right. I dare not think how long it will take us to survey the entire tunnel system. While Minfield looks into the aetheryte problem, I would like to request your assistance with another matter. The third unit is currently tracking the remnants of the heretic force which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly despite our numbers. Korthus is vast, and Iceheart's followers know the terrain far better than we. Your knowledge of this reason may serve to hasten that process. The sooner we capture Iceheart's followers, the sooner we can press them for their leader's whereabouts. Also, though it is admittedly a selfish request, I feel that my braves would benefit immensely from working alongside you. While we have our share of veterans, we also have more than a few less experienced recruits, many of whom look up to you, in case you were not aware. Yeah, I mean, that sounds reasonable. Good, I knew you would understand. Yu Hase can apprise you of the details. When the task is complete, come and find me at the observatorium. Captain Ilberd and I are meeting there to discuss the latest developments in his investigation. The Temple Knights shall hold Snowcloak in our absence. Let us leave them to their work. Ours is more pressing. All right. Oh, you're right here. There you are, Rose. Commander Levier instructed me to wait for you. Your assistance most welcome. Believe me, most of the third hail from Ul'dah, and for a man accustomed to the feel of sand beneath his boots, the crunch of snow can be rather disconcerting. But to the matter at hand, nary a moment ago, I received word that the heretics were seen to have been spotted making for Dan Ifen Pass. My braves are already in pursuit, and I should be grateful if you would join them. I myself shall be taking part in the hunt. Never let it be said that I did not earn my coin. Alright, off we go. And let's see. Should be able to go right over here. It should be relatively underneath of us. Thall's balls, my ankles is on fire. Caught my boot on a rock or something and twisted it as I fell. The others went on ahead through Danafin Pass. Hurry, you might catch them up. If you aren't sure where to go, look for tracks. The snow is fresh, so they shouldn't be hard to find. Well, good news is I don't need tracks when I can fly over a mountain. Question is, can I get over this peak or not? I think I should be able to. Yeah, we're fine. Looks like we're back over here. It would make sense that maybe this is another part of their stronghold, given that... Oh, not there. Where are they? Eh? Oh, Fresh Prince. There they are. I thought that was a spirit for a second, not gonna lie. Tracks lead southeast. Scion, what are you doing here? The heretics? I'm not sure. There was a great scaled beast and Yuhase? I think he went east on his own. The heretics split up, so we did too. Oh. Did that a bit too quick. Good news is my sprint should get me here without issue. Yuhase being a little bit alright, so let's do this. Grab you to you. And honestly, we should be able to just do this. Get review pretty quickly. Let's keep our tempest up. There we go. I'm embarrassing it. So intent on following the heretics' tracks that I almost failed to notice that they had doubled back. Almost, mind you. One tried to sneak up behind me and got a knife in the gut for his troubles. I thought myself alone, so I started searching for Dead Man's knapsack for anything of interest, and lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. I've drawn in groups of 3 or less to the observatorium. Give the signal and wait. The merchant will be watching. Be late and be left for dead. Speak for itself, does it not? They can't possibly mean the rendezvous inside the place, so we should restrict our search to the surrounding area. Let me phrase that you should restrict your search to wilderness around the observatorium. I'll need more than a moment's rest to recover from these wounds. All right. And should be relatively right below us. Hi, suspicious person. I am through with listening to your excuses. We leave now. How? The woods are crawling with those blue coats and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Hi. Well, stay with her then, if you think you'll fare any better. Now, there's no need for that. There are places like this in my homeland. Sacred snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Oh, it's Yukiri. Your lands never thirst for blood of the fallen, and your deeds it has drunk deep. No, I have done no wrong. None but meet in secret with heretics. Deny all you will, we shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in arts of interrogation. Damn it all. Fancy meeting heroes. I presume your work of the third brought you hither. What a tangled web, lest you wonder we came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who had been conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. It beggars belief I know, but it seems our favorite Garlean spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Yugiri and her shinobi, we might have never discovered this connection. Master Alphino is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid your search for the spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land to prevent the tragedy which befell Domo from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a very peculiar set of skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I would accompany you until the investigation is complete. That is most generous offer, Lady Yugiri, and one which I gladly accept. Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far and shall always be watching. A comforting thought. Come, Rose. Let us wait inside for Captain Ilberd to return and deliver his reports. Alright. You call this inside, Alfie? Captain Ilberd seemed confident that the merchant's resolve would simply crumble when pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether it will bring us any closer to learning the Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we are spared another wild dodo chase. The gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time as it is. And looks like we're still looking at 110. There's the captain. Captain Ilberd, your report if you will. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say that the man could tell us not that we did not already know of Shiva. We have since handed him over to the Ishgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, have proven more fruitful. We have ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquired their information on the shipment routes. Go on. You'll recall the flame we first identified as being in the Ivy's employ. From him, we were able to trace a trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary steps of detaining all suspected of conspiracy. There are 5 on our list, including a flame stationed at Revenant's Toll. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, the particulars of which he would share with benefactors, thereby ensuring that needs did not go unfulfilled. By virtue of this role, he was privy to the details of all shipments bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included more originating from House Fortemps. He knew the precise route the caravan would take, and he sold that information to a merchant. I think I can guess which one. Nonetheless, with a little encouragement, he soon confessed to knowingly aiding and abetting the heretics. Well, that is one mystery solved at least, but what of the Ivy? Are we any closer to prying off his mask? I dare say we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuit has forced him to commit a grave error. In desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers available only to high-ranking members of the Mortal Flames. If you consider that, then at our investigation is known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. Hey, what's up, Pepsi? How you doing? You mean to say that the agent is among Raban's inmost circle, someone who has been with him since the Mortal Flames establishment? This is the most plausible explanation. The infiltration likely occurred during the command company's founding, with the groundwork for an act being laid beforehand. To slip into a position of authority unremarked and remain above suspicion all of these years. I too was surprised, though I really should not have been. Of the 3 grand companies, Old Dawes was never more vulnerable to infiltration. I am effing amazing. How so, Pepsi? You are pretty great, though, will not lie. Both Limsa Lominsa and Gridania had long-standing armed forces that lent themselves well to the foundation of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people, loyal ones, mined under the same leadership, only the banner was different. Not so the Flame. Ul'dah's military was made up of disparate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only to their own paymasters. Hardly an ideal environment in which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Raban faced when founding the Immortal Flames are well known. Even after he had convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the cost, there remained the small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. You finally get your dream car. Hey, that's awesome, Pepsi. Hopefully it didn't cost you an arm and a leg, however. Indeed, and given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellsword. Amidst the chaos of its founding, it would have been child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier then than now, aye. The Immortal Flame have ever been caught between conflicting interests, the public and the private. Though the monetarists ultimately agreed to support the organization's founding, 'twas not out of the charity that they did so, but simply self-preservation. Had Nell Van Darnus' ambitions been any less apocalyptic, you may be sure that they would never have risked supplying Raban with an army. 'Tis but a wonder they did not attempt extinguishing the flames the moment the danger had passed. It did, but it worked. I worked for it at a very long time. It was about 52,000, but I had a little help. Ah, fair enough. So did you pay up front for the full 52? If so, good on you. Returning to the present. Hey, not too bad, not too bad. Definitely nice not to have any lingering debts. Even as you speak, our Doman allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames, any one of whom could be the Ivy. Desiring to deal a blow against the Empire, the refugees were eager to lend us their aid. I expect to hear from them ere long. Very good. Pray continue your investigation with the first. Out of curiosity, what's the car? 2000 Fun Mustang GT almost had a heart attack. Was it a private sell, I imagine, given the age of the car? Meanwhile, had the second attend to the unrest, the third can join the fourth in inspecting crystal shipments. If they notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned in like manner to the other primals, the heretics will be looking for further supplies. Understood, Commander. I shall send word to Sir Emmerich informing him of our success in identifying the heretics' abettors. Hopefully the information will be of some use to the Ishgardians. As my buddies, he doesn't drive stick shift, but I do. Hey, very nice, very nice. It is time, Commander. I'll make sure to get it fully inspected if your buddy did not do so already. Make sure all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. An emergency council of the Legion's leadership has been called. There had been a development in Garlemald, it would seem. As commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I'd have you accompany me, Rose. As the realm's status champion, tis only meet that you be present for discussion. Oh, and Manphilia has already given her consent, lest you worry. So 2 of the 3 things on my wish list are done. What's the third, out of curiosity? Like me, you are doubtless eager to conclude our business with Iceheart, but another path to her sanctum is found. She will remain beyond our reach. Manphilia and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternate route. Until such time as they succeed, I suggest we give some thought to the realm's other problems. I shall go ahead to Gridania in readiness for the coming council. Meet me at Nofika's altar, and we shall make our way to the Lotus Stand together. Play DVD with me? Aw, you're precious. I appreciate you. Get your dream car. Last but not least, the third. Ooh, hello. Godquiver's bow. You're new. An anxious member of the Godquivers is haranguing passersby posing for some worthy cause. Oi, miss, fancy making yourself useful. Listen close, a gang of highwaymen have been applying their trade round here these last few days, and we're trying to flush them out. They're slippery buggers though, so we need all the help we can get. That's where you come in. You spotted them lurking in the bramble patch, and we're getting ready to spring our trap. All you have to do is collar anyone who strikes you as a bit shifty and raise the alarm. We'll take care of the rest. Alright, we'll do that later. Join the army or Air Force? Fair enough. Well, as long as you're in good shape, I'm sure that the recruitment shouldn't be all too difficult. No, hold on. Let's do this. Looks like we have another side quest that I would like to grab before we move forward, just so we have it. Serpent Lieutenant. Judgment Bolts and Lightning. Okay, so this is the Resurgence. Funny enough, I actually already did this on hard via Duty Roulette. Well, if it isn't the Slayer of Ramu come to see me in the flesh, how fortunate that you should happen by. I was in fact on the verge of sending a runner to track you down. We've had some troubling news from the Sylphs of Little Solus. It appears that Lord of Levin walks the Twelwood yet again. From what I understand of the Elder Seatseer's explanation, your last encounter with the Primal was a relatively peaceful affair. There was a battle, aye, but one which Ramu did not begrudge your victory. Yeah, likely be extreme inversion? Gotcha. Why then, has he returned to the forest? 'Tis you, Rose, whom fate has chosen to uncover the answer to that question. It seems that Phrixio, the Sylph Elder, would discuss the matter with you personally. Seek first with Delexia in Little Souls, and she will announce your arrival to their leader. Ah, and I would also consider it a favor if you could pass along aught you learned to the Scions. As I understand it, Archon Orange is a keen scholar in the field of all matters primal. Pray make your final report to him. Cool. Machines will give you horse mounts if you want to run them. Don't hesitate to send me a whisper and I can run you through them. I appreciate that. And I'll probably take a look and see what it's like just via the Duty Finder. Let's see where we're going. But if I find that we are struggling, then I'll definitely take you up on the offer. As I'll probably do those offline, but I'll definitely give you a shout if you're online. And not do extremes on Duty Finder. Really? That's interesting. I guess that makes sense why I've been having such trouble with Thorn March then. Because I've been, all of today, as I did my dailies, I had Thorn March on it. They're hard? Gotcha. In that case, I'll definitely give you a shout if I cannot find anyone. Because I think for Thorn March, we literally were probably sitting on one person left for a good 30 minutes to an hour before I picked up another Duty Finder. I'm like, can we just find one person? It's only like one healer, and then one DPS would leave, and then we're like down one DPS, and just like that's how it was the entire day. We were always down one for Thorn March Extreme. That's a feature called Party Finder and Party Menu that you can use. Yeah, I guess I should probably try and use that a bit more for the extreme content. I have yet to use Party Finder, so that's not a half bad idea. Because I remember hearing on video content that I should use that more often for the higher level content. So I'll have to do that. And thanks for coming, Rose. When you are ready, speak of the Conjurer yonder. She will show us to the Lotus Stand. The Alliance leaders await you at the Lotus Stand. Will you be joining them now? Yes. General Bomb.
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
Uh-oh. Our battle for succession has ended.
The rumors are true, then? The war of succession is ended?
Yup. So who came the victor?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
Someone who might be friendly to us? Not hostile, maybe?
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign.
Okay.
Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
Left a vacuum of power.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
In some ways, you're not wrong, given the circumstance that allowed us to breathe a bit easier for a time. I don't know why, but I feel like this man, his stature and armor, tells me he's not an ally to us. Okay, well then, he's not a friendly person.
Died with him.
Friggin' spitting on a dead person. Well then. I'm sure he's fun at parties.
'Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
His grandfather's casket, lovely dude. Seriously, though. Apparently family means not much to him.
Indeed. Yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader. Not so his uncle.
That doesn't seem to really fit his head. Not sure if helmet too small or head too big.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
I like the chest spike. I'm sure it really is helpful in battle.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power.
Want a hug? Stabby hug?
Yet have no doubt but that he shall. For there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
See, that's what we all need in order to stay COVID safe. You know, stay 6 feet apart. We just need a chest. Everyone needs a chest spike. You know, that's about 3 feet long. That way, you know, you can't get within 6 feet of one another in public. I think that works out well, right?
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions.
Makes sense. Wait until further instructions.
But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
Though prior they had a sizable force and power behind it with the Ultima weapon, now not so much.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all.
Makes sense.
I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald.
Also makes sense.
Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
We're working towards that end, and there's been some form of agreement.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it.
I mean, threat of war does drive people to hasten their efforts.
If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by.
Well, as a player, we have some third-party information that might be the cause for that.
But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming.
Yeah, that is the issue of spies.
So long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
I think it might be the person seen with Ramon on these last two occasions. The member of their mortal flame. It will not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eorzea are no near to being of one purpose, despite their protestations to the contrary. Plainly, the threat of a resurgent Garlemald is not enough to stir them, and the reason for this, deep-rooted mistrust amongst the citizenry. The nation's leaders can come to all the understandings they like, but their unity means little and less to the common folk. Take the Lominsons, for example. Though Admiral Merlib outlawed piracy over a decade ago, foreigners still picture the nation as a haven for grog-swilling, wood-legged cutthroats. And likewise, the Gridanians are mocked as hermits who talk to trees, and the Uldans scorned as swindlers who worship coin. Not that the sentiment are entirely without grounds, of course. Take the pillar of Ulda Society Teleji Alaleji, for example. But that is beside the point. The fact that people are wary of outsiders, whether they have cause for it to be or not. On the basis, one could argue that the conflict at Cartano is a necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction that advocates the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we present them with something resembling warfare, and thereby curb their appetite for a full-scale conflict. Enough idle musing. Let us speak of a more pressing matter, the Ivy. Since we spoke of the Torium, Captain Ilberd has further shortened his list of suspects, and by happy coincidence, the one he deems the most likely candidate is lately come to Gridania. The hunt's near its end rose. All that remains is corner our quarry. Seek out Ilberd near Adder's Nest, and he will give you the particulars. Should there be any developments in Korthus, you may be sure that I will send word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in apprehending the Ivy. Alright. Let's go here so we can teleport a bit more quickly. Jack of all cards. I doubt that I have a title yet. My thanks for coming, Scion. Doubtless the commander has informed you, but we have amassed the Ivy. From this point on, we must proceed with extreme caution. Still 110, so silver pieces. Still 110, so silver pieces. Feel like that's going to be the case for a while. Listen well, the spy may have been we have been seeking some. All this time is none other than Flame Marshal Elaine Raban's second in command. Oh, so I was right. Prior to joining Myrtle Flame, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with a polearm had to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she is the highest ranked foreigner in the Mortal Flames, barring the Flame General himself, of course. When he formed the Grand Company, Raban chose people based on their worth. Whence they hailed was of no interest. The Montress saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. And 'twas no secret that they did not favor foreigners, Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the alliance. Yet the Montress did not raise so much as a murmur of protest when Roali, I don't know how to say her name, Rua, was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold over the monetarists? But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Our foremost interest to us is Rua's presence here now. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Mortal Flame in the absence of the Flame General. When Raban attended the Council of Alliance Leaders, she should have remained at the Hall of Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridania, yet here she is nonetheless on some pretense. She's up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak it, I have a dozen men trolling the Flames records for evidence of Roa's guilt, but if we can catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landing, and the dock. Every point of egress she cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely upon your eyes, Scion? You have my thanks, so let's go then, and take care not to alert our quarry. Alright. Roa is headed in the direction of the Blue Badger Gate with me, Scion. I can cut off a little bit of distance this way. So Roa has entered the Carline Canopy, meeting someone perchance, or could it be she means to board an airship? Pray look for her within. If she is not on the upper floor, try the landing area below. One of mine is stationed there, and she may have seen something. Efemi is her name. I shall remain her here in case Roa reappears. She also may understand that she's being tailed, unfortunately. Unless has given us the slip. Through these doors. Rose Hunt, such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? Ahum. A social visit, you say. How pleasant. No, she did not come this way. I've noted every passenger, and none bore any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep you. So I'm betting that if I were her and thought myself being tailed, I'd go out that door there. Did not cover all your exits there, little bird. Nowhere to be seen, you say, and you are sure she did not board an airship? She did not come back out either. Where in seven hell could she have gone? The roost. How could I have forgot? Greetings, good sir. Might interest you in some moon tui tonic. A cup a day imbues a man of greater vigor, if you take my meaning. Perhaps another time, friend. Wait, that necklace. You are a shinobi of Doma. The woman you seek has left Gridania by the way of West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search to the East Shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you from the shadows. Thank to 12 for the Domans. Were it not for the unique talents, Roa would have disappeared without a trace. Our hunt leads us to the East Shroud, Scion. I suggest we follow Roa's example and take the ferry from West Shore Pier. You'll Deli's wish to make certain preparations. See to them while I go on ahead. I shall wait for you at Sweet Bloom Pier. I'm not gonna do it that way. Or I guess maybe I do have to, unfortunately. Let's see if there's anything here for me to do. There is, actually. So before I do that, since we're in the area anyways, you might as well do this. Just get out of the way. Hello there, Delexia. Walking One is here. Has Walking One heard of Lord Ramu's return? Then this one does not need to explain. Walking One should wait here while this one fetches Elder One. Walking One is most welcome in these one's homes. The gentle sigh of winds and trees and brooks told these ones of the Walking One's peaceful words with Lord Ramu. These ones also heard that Thunderous One challenged Walking One to battle. This one is certain that Lord Ramu was pleased with Walking One's strength. And such strength Walking One has. Arrow-shooting ones often tell grand tales of Walking One, and these ones are glad to call Walking One friend. But this one must warn Walking One. Touched One have summoned Lord Ramu once more, and this time with an offering of many, many more crystals. This one does not think Thunderous One means to bring judgment to Gridania. After all, Lord Ramu made a special promise to Walking One. If it is the intentions of Touched Ones that concern this one, Touched Ones yet act in fear and in hate. Even should Lord Ramu ignore Touched One's destructive wishes, his presence alone trades the land of Aether. It is not just Gridania, but the entire realm that Thunderous One threatens. Life will seep from the soil, crops will wither and die, then Lord Ramu will it otherwise. Walking One will go to war over what remains. This one begs brave and courageous one to fight again. Touched One must understand that summoning Thunderous One is futile, that Thunderous One respects the strength of Walking One. Thank you. This one knew Walking One would do the right thing. Walking One knows how to visit this striking tree. Touch the Aetheryte found in the domain of Touched One, and Walking One will soon be face to beard with Lord Ramu. Quite literally. These ones will listen to the forest's voice for news of Walking One's victory. Bye, Frixio. Alright. So, nothing else. Actually, you are here. Well, let's... Oh, there's two things. Hold up. What is this? This is makings of a gunbreaker. Oh, so both of them are here. Both are small little side quests. Alright. Gunbreaker, the DPS of tanks. Ah, Takeo Burt. Pretty much. Oh, that's a Garlean sword, is it not? Oh. Well, you just felt like a sack of bricks. Out of my way, or I'll gut ya. Yeah, good luck on that. I could literally stand here and let you attack me, and I would kill you via my auto attack. Hi. That'd be a waste of my time, so let's do this, shall we? Then let's go up. Alright, 1, 2, 3. Go up again. That should be done. Then you need my OGCDs. You have my thanks, stranger. And mind if you hadn't shown up, things could have gone very badly for us. It's my fault, I'll be more careful next time. See, what you did wrong here, my friend, is you didn't shoot yourself. If you had done that, then you wouldn't have taken any damage. Truth be told, I thought we'd have a quieter journey after sneaking past all those Imperial patrols and leaving Jair Albania behind. How wrong I was. To think we could be caught unaware by a gang of common thieves. What's going on? We heard a commotion and... That's one of them, just like the witness described. Bit late to the show here, Wood Whalers. It's strange they go after a pair like you. All of their marks so far have been merchants and whatnot. You know, folk carrying coin valuables who won't put up much of a fight. I reckon that if any of their cronies are out there watching, they'll think twice before crossing you lot again. Still, might be an idea for you to see these travelers to Gridania. Me and others will keep looking for the rest of the highwaysmen. Those bandits, something about this doesn't sit right with me. We barely have a fistful of gil between us, and I have a couple of fulms of edged steel strapped to my back. Not the most likely of targets. Perhaps that's why they went straight for the kill, and they might have succeeded if you hadn't stepped in. We are in your debt. I am Rod Ovan, and this is Sophie. We traveled here from Il-Sabard, far to the north, where once I served as soldier of Garlemald. I had no choice. My family was taken hostage. While it is true that I have fought and killed for the Empire, I have never done so willingly. Although I have freed myself of their shackles, the life I've known is no more. But that was another life, one I would sooner put behind me. I came to Eorzea in the hope that I might start anew here. As for me, I also escaped from the Garleans. I was part of a resistance movement until we were all rounded up, or killed, that is. The Empire took everything from me, my family, my homeland. With nowhere else to go, the two of us decided we stand a better chance of surviving. We stuck together, and here we are. To see me now, you'd scarce believe I once served as a personal guard to my queen, but in the end I couldn't protect her. I couldn't protect anyone, not even my wife and son. While I would gladly have given my life for theirs, it was not to be. Even so, there may still be of use for the skills I spent years honing, those who I may yet deliver from harm. That's why I suggest looking for employment as a bodyguard in Eorzea, and Gridania seemed like a good place to start. I know you've helped us enough already, but I have a proposal. Would you consider working with us? Now hold on, Radovan. That's rather a lot to ask, don't you think? But Rose has what it takes to become a gunbreaker. It seems my gunblade has caught your eye. You may have seen Garleans wielding something similar, but this is a genuine article. The ones used by the Empire are simply edged weapons with firearms bolted on, or vice versa. While they have their uses, they pale in comparison to those my clan forged for generations. Our gunblades are etherically imbued cartridges. When you pull the trigger, the powered crystal within ignites, releasing the aether. This sends a powerful shockwave through the blade, increasing its destructive capabilities. The cartridges can even be fired into the air to create defensive barriers. Perhaps you should save the lectures until you've heard Rose's answer. Yes, first things first, so are you interested? In exchange for assistance, I will teach you the art of the gunbreaker. And I was wondering if you might be able to act as a guide. If you accept gunblade training as a form of payment, you'd be most grateful. Once the coin starts rolling in, you'd receive a fair share. You need not answer right away, but please give it some thought. All right. Answer is yes. From this day forth, our fates are intertwined. While the path that lie ahead is not an easy one, the spirits of my predecessors will watch over you. Gunbreaker unlocked. Cool. Perfect. So, keep that for later. Are we getting filled up anywhere? Mainly in our chest area. So we're fine for now. Let's go here. Oh. I ran too soon. And at least get this unlocked. And I want to see if this is unlocking the hard or the extreme. Like I said, in the duty finder, I beat the hard. Which, strangely enough, did not feel all too much different from the normal. Thought there would have been more mechanics to work with, but apparently not. So let's see if this is the extreme. Oh yeah, this is the extreme. The striking tree. Fair enough. And we'll not have that go away until we do it. Okay, well, looks like I'll have to probably go through the party finder at some point to do so. Either that or take you up on your offer, Demon, to have you join me on that. Because I doubt I'll be able to find many people to do that with, as you mentioned with the duty finder. At least we got those out of the way for now. Though this is still withstanding. Alright. Let's go meet up with Hilberd. I remember this area. Had a few side quests bring me here. This way, my friends. Hey, it's Lady Gilty. The quarry makes for the Hawthorne Hut. If Roa is truly the one you seek, we can expect that she means to make contact with her Garlean masters there. Explanation is in order. You are no doubt aware that the Garleans have their own method of communicating over great distances. Well, our ingenious friends at Garland Ironworks has provided us with devices which disrupt these communications. We have installed them around the city-states. In doing so, we have made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Roa would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contact directly. Yet, as a well-known face in the Imperial Flame, she cannot move about Fenland without being recognized. It will only be a matter of time before someone saw through her disguise. It is for this reason, I believe, that she had chosen the Black Shroud for a clandestine meeting. The Elysian are a common sight here, and her comings and goings are not like to turn any heads. As my scouts tell it, the Garlands have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices and render with such direct contact unnecessary. Unfortunately, our shinobi have thus been successful in rebuffing their efforts. This is it. We need only make for Hawthorne's Hut and catch Roa in the act. All right. And slowly but surely we'll fly our way on over. Hello, Yugiri. My people report that our quarry has departed for the Bramble Patch. Divey returns to the Gnarls when she came, but perhaps it all's for the better. To convict someone of her standing, we will require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with her Garlean masters? My countrymen and I shall lie in wait in the shadows. Tread warily, my friends. Oh, there's Yukiri. What is Final Fantasy doing? Right now, tracking down a potential spy. Just beyond, Roa is in the conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer, an Imperial intermediary, no doubt. Like this purple hood, I want one. It is quite nice. This is it, with me. Is that a Garlean sword? It would seem like it. Lay Marshal Elaine Roa, you are under arrest for treason and espionage. I have no idea if it's available in game. That's a good question. You're followed, you bloody fool. Don't draw that sword. Don't do it. Damnation. Don't do it. You are unarmed, my lady, and scarcely garbed for battle, but if you wish to fight, you're welcome to try. What's the meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling in Twellswood? When last I looked, there was no crime, and neither was conversing with passing strangers. Ah, yes, a passing stranger holding a Garlean sword, ya fool! You would feign ignorance, then. Very well. If you do think of something to say, there will be plenty of time to say it later. Now come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had. If you fight, it only convicts you guilty. I'll offer you no struggle. After all, I have not the hide. Don't get too close. I mean, why would you, if you're trying to do a clandestine operation, hold a Garlean sword? Surely, even if you are the newest of adventurer, you would not be so stupid as to have one in your possession. Even a warrior of Roa's renown could not have hoped to escape by force to fight her claim. Her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. I stole it, exactly. But even still, why would you? Why would you want that in your possession, outside of maybe, I don't know, a keepsake? But to use it, to brandish it is foolish. With the ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the mortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap the people of Ul'dah will have the grand company they deserve. But let us speak of the present. If I may ask, what will you do now, Rose? Actually, I don't know. What do I do now? Design seek a way into Iceheart's sanctum. I dare say you are eager to return to the Rising Stone. Pray do not let me keep you. Fear not, my countrymen, I shall tend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, have you considered training in the art of shinobi? You would have the aptitude for it, I believe so. Please give it some thought. Till next time, my friend. Well, I believe first I need to be a rogue. So, not yet. I think my first DPS I want to do is Samurai. And that's what I've decided. As far as healer, I'm still debating that one. Let's go to the Rising Stone. But I won't need to worry about that until I hit 90 on Warrior anyways. If you choose Scholar, you get a Summoner for free. That is true, I do remember hearing that. And I remember Scholar was not bad as far as a good, like, beginning healer. And I am not really well accustomed to healing. DPS and tank I'm pretty good at. Support, not so much. So that might not be a half bad idea to go Scholar. Welcome back, Rose. I understand that Alphino had a task for you. May I ask what it was? Charge of treason and espionage against Elaine Roa. I can scarce believe it. Could there not have been some manner of misunderstanding? Given the adventurer who she was conversing with had a Garlean sword at his hip, I don't think so. No, it avails us not to dwell on it. What the truth may be, we must trust to the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I am pleased to report that we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum. As you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetheryte in the depths of Snowcloak to teleport a short distance to the west, most likely a sanctuary of some description. It is there that we suspect she means to summon Shiva using a crystal she stole from the House Fortem's caravan. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint, but if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the beast tribes, it seems likely that the result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice it to say, they must be stopped, and stop them we shall, but first we must surmount the obstacle that Iceheart had placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into the established Aethernet and thereby follow our quarry. However, despite our best efforts, we have been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetherite to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed a second Aetherite upon arrival, a reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Oranger, we have concluded that we lack the expertise to develop a solution, which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess such expertise, a colleague of ours who is currently en route to Revenant's Toll from Charlian. Charlotte Ann. Yeah, so I was right. That pronunciation. She should be arriving within the hour, in fact. Since you were here, I'm happy you could welcome her to, we could welcome her together. I am certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let us make our way to the northern gate and await her coming. Like, I try my best to pronounce it right, but it is hard given a French pronunciation at times, I swear. A lot of the names I only know how to say thanks to the actual in-game animations and voiceovers. Alright. Over Diesel way. And now we wait. Infila, you have proven to me that you have other clothing to combat the cold, yet you still do not wear it. Hello, friend. What are those bird things? They are called chocobos. My mount is actually 1.
Minfilia, am I right?
And they stink?
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
The character design varies between race to race.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
Not to mention, I think the overall quality of the animation and models is better when, what? Is it Heavenward or is it Shadowbringers that it improved upon? I'm still on, like, really early content.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Sharlayan scholar and an authority on aetherite technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Nice to meet ya. Stormblood is when they kill PS3 support, but Shadowbringers is when they really gotta hang on the PS4. That makes sense. They all look out of place in this little peaceful garden. It's really giving me good vibes. Let's return to the Rising Stone at once, then we have much to discuss. I get a sense that, yes, there is a group of people who like the tall, strong women. I forget what video it was, but I remember someone going, you know what the perks of playing a Lalafell is? That every race is that much bigger than you. Like, Jesus Christ. Fantastic. I swear I should react to some of Final Fantasy's more well-known videos. Thancred's here. And Y'shtola, who we have not spoken to as a reason, which is a shocker given the earlier content.
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister.
Oh, they're sisters. I would not have known. Unless that was just a formal
Joyous reunion indeed.
Formal greeting, and not that they are actually sisters, because the height difference is significant there. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure they're different races.
Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Okay. That sentence there would have given me the tell, but I was like, maybe? Friend-sister type deal? Okay, that's what I thought. But definitely not twin sisters. There's a little bit of a height difference. Just a wee bit.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Thank you, Papa Limo.
Everyone, if I could have your attention.
Quick aside, can I point out that her thigh is as big as my head? Like, she's standing next to me. There's no disparity in distance between us. Her thigh is all the way up to my chest and is as big as my frickin' head. She'll, mess you up, apparently.
We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Jarlian to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of Aetherites.
To be fair, Alex, all these people are from different areas. Moon from Sharlayan, Yida from Ul'dah, a desert area. I'm a Hyrule, or Hyruan, where I actually don't know where they really hail from. They're really just the humans of the realm.
Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
And then obviously Papalimo, the Lalafell, the very short people.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
Interesting, what's that? Yo, what's up, Thrasher? Doing pretty well. How about you?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits. And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Urianger seems very
Urianger,
uncomfortable.
Where in the hells have you been hiding?
Hey, Tommy T, thank you much for the follow. Welcome to the Guilty Ones, my friend. I am Mark, aka Guildspire. Normally, I'm an educational Dead by Daylight player here to teach codes how to play Killer and survivors how to play against Killer. But on unique weekends and Wednesdays, we are a Final Fantasy XIV warrior, where we're currently going through the Realm Reborn. Why can I not say Reborn? Reborn MSQ. I've just been talking too much today because I've been reading everything. But hello, friend! If you did not catch my intro due to ads, let me know, and I'll reintroduce myself. But thank you much for the follow. Welcome to the Guilty Ones.
Unhand me.
Urianger is so uncomfortable.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me.
I mean, if you want to get into Five Nights, I'd definitely say go for it. I know Security Breach has been pretty well received, though it is bugged out.
I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Urianger, you want to explain?
Go on.
Thank you, Thancred, for saying everything that we were thinking.
Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit.
Yo, what's up, Nickstoons? Thank you much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I am Mark, aka Guildspire. I'm an educational Dead by Daylight player, here to teach codes how to play Killer and survivors how to play against Killer. However, on Wednesdays and unique weekends, we are a Final Fantasy XIV warrior, where we are currently going through a Realm Reborn main story quests. But how was your stream today, Nick students? Hopefully it went well. See, you're playing some Dead by Daylight. We're playing Survivor, Killer, a little bit of both.
Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
Relax there, Macbeth, please.
You still haven't found it, then? You're missing Aetherite.
Nope.
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an Aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second Aetherite to impede our pursuit.
Makes sense to me.
Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sure they'll
sorry,
succeed.
But if the Aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that.
Interesting.
Although, You're absolutely sure she used the first aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
It actually looked more like teleportation than the aetherite.
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the aetherite.
I mean, actually, it kind of looked a bit more like teleportation, to be honest.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
All right.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate.
In other words, if someone were to teleport in an aetherite and you were to break the aetherite's your destination's aetherite, would you just cease to exist, basically? That's what it sounds like.
However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Okay.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
We could use crystals.
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
Just a little. He just like, I have nothing to contribute.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand.
At the site. Okay, makes sense.
Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Thanks for that, as I'm probably going to be the guinea pig.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
Everyone looks at me. Yes, I will be the guinea pig. Let's just hope our best hope at saving Eorzea doesn't die on this endeavor. Let's just hope. Criminy. I've already informed Alphino of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner Moon described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope of success. I'm away to bed. I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, Alex. Hope you sleep well. He also said that he wished to meet with you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you'll find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you have done on our behalf, Rose, and that I have faith you will return to us as you always have. All right. Oh, no, that's not what I want to do. Actually, wait. Oh, that's Dragonhead. I would need to teleport one way or another. Alright. I guess I'm zoomed out as far as I can go. Is that glowing mountaintop the ice wall? Based on its positioning, I would think it's so. Interesting. Did not realize how bright that area was. Also, is that a shooting star? Huh. I never really noticed that that was a thing before. I guess to be fair, I don't really spend much time looking at the skybox at night. But maybe I should. As the storm approaches, our vision becomes a little bit, a wee bit hazy. I think the sky actually moves too. I haven't actually watched it in a while, though. I think you're right, based on what I've heard, especially Endwalker. Apparently the skybox for the outer space, which I do know about, not really a spoiler, but still, is accurate. Good to see you, Rose. I was starting to wonder if you we were having second thoughts. Captain Ilbert sends his guards, by the way. He attends to the interrogation of Elaine Roa, an old Daw, as we speak. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the Ivy upon your return. I trust that, by which I mean to say, the others are waiting for us at the Aetheryte. After you, Scion. Well, everyone's here. Where's Moon? Oh, there's Moon. Okay, so everyone's going to charge it themselves. Interesting. Very interesting. There, it's ready. And the results? Ha! It worked! I think. Very, very hopeful. Try tuning to Aether right now. Feel for the current and try to locate the beacon. We have done all we can, Rose. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we have created. If by the grace of the 12 you arrive safely, you must stop Isart before she summons Shiva. I imagine we will fail, but we will fight Shiva nonetheless. I'm prepared and ready. Let's go. Not like I have anything to really equip and or do. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Isart to our plans. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual, and if she succeeds, you will have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of the saint, I cannot say if your own strength will suffice, and so I would encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on the success of Moon's experiment, but others will surely agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. Before you assemble your party, pray speak with that knight. I believe he has a message for you from Sir Emmerich. What knight? That knight. Madam, Sir Emmerich regrets that he could not be here in person and asks that I read to you this letter. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat, yet in our hour of need, it is not her knights who stand poised to defend her. Rose Hunt, the warrior of light, savior of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service to a great cause. May Hallen bless you of good fortune and see you safely home. That was nice. Oh, we're going straight to hard. Okay. Alright, let's do it. Oh, first let's clear so we don't accidentally go into snow cloak. Roughly 5 minutes. That's not bad, all things considered. Unfortunately, I didn't exactly have much to do in the meanwhile outside of sit here. Though actually, hold on. This is where they started removing the norm mode for the trials. I see. Well, I imagine this person's also waiting. I guess what we can do in the meanwhile is check this. East Shroud, Lark's Call, and Western La Nocia Halfstone. Well, let's do that then. So let's go Western La Nocia. And let's go Western and Halfstone. Halfstone's up here, so let's go to Ailport. Might as well do some hunting while we're waiting. Alright, so we are looking for what exactly? Shelf scale Sahagin. Well, I've killed many of them for the Sahagin quests, so we should be able to find them pretty quick. Hello there. I do bid you adieu. There's one. And a two. And let's see. Ah, three. Is that all we needed? Yep. And then the Sylvian Sigh would appear to be an East Shroud Lark's Call. Oh, can you stop for like 5 seconds, please, and thank you. So let's go to Black Shroud, East Shroud, and Lark's Call is over here. So let's go to Hawthorne Hut. We have not yet found anyone for a party, interestingly enough. I mean, it's late at night, so that would make a bit of sense, honestly. Alright, let's go to Lark's Call. And fell the Sylvan Sigh. A little bit more to the left. At least in the meanwhile, we can do some hunts, which will help us. Alright, can I draw you to your friend over here? Probably not. I think it's too far away. Alright, let's drag you. Let's go 1 and 2. Any more Sylvan Sigh? Yes, right there. Use this and beast, except you're already dead, so no point. Awesome. So that is rank 2. Second Star Lieutenant or higher. So let's actually go back to Limsa and see if I can rank up at this point. Or get a promotion, rather, more accurately. Let's go upstairs. And if we're not there yet, then we can always go into normal hunts for XP. Yep, we definitely have enough for that. 28 to rank of Storm Sergeant First Class. Perfect. And what about the next? Okay. So, in that case, we need to talk to you. So we did unlock another quest. Special assignment. Sergeant Hunt, doing the Maelstrom proud as ever, I see. As a matter of fact, you're just the one I was hoping would come along. House Desmal of Ishgard is in some distress, and you've just the one we need to answer the call. Your task: travel to Decimal Darkhold and purge the subterranean fortress of Voidsent. Once you're ready to make your way to the central highlands of Korthus, I trust you'll have little trouble finding the Darkhold. Ophelia, a retainer in the service of House Decimal, will brief you in greater detail when you arrive. We await your word of your success. So let's go here then. That's probably going to result in a dungeon that we aren't going to do right away. At least it'll have us unlock it for later. We're still lacking on the party, unfortunately. It's an 8-man, so it might be a bit. Darkhold was an 8-man dungeon in 1.0. It's been formatted to a 4-man in 2.0. Ah, interesting. Yeah, I've seen what 1.0 was via videos. It was definitely night and day in comparison to what Final Fantasy XIV is now. Alright. Ah, who goes there? Oh, you must be the reinforcements. I beg your pardon. Recent sights have left me skittish as an untrained chocobo. Decimal Darkhold, the name itself sends a shiver up the spine, does it not? The place has been infested with all manner of fearsome voidsent of late. Why I've never heard word of statues come to life. While we Ishgards pride ourselves on seeing to our own defenses, the threat this time is simply too great. You'll see the abominations, won't you? Oh, someone withdrew. Mother trucker. Usually you find the Darkhold. Okay, so we don't have to do that right now. But this is a new one. Have not done. Alright, come on. Just need one more DPS. You can do it. Press the button. Don't you dare withdraw. Enjoy her transition. There we go. Hello. First time doing this. Any mechs that I should know?
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace.
I eat Lalafels. Thanks.
You would deny us out
Don't
of
be in front of the boss.
And blind faith. No matter.
Circle's bad.
If it is our fate to be at
I'm a
odds,
tank,
then
so
it
I
is mine
kinda
to strike
need
you
to
down.
be in front.
We whom gods and men have forsaken
As
shall
they appear in
be the
circles will strike in
instruments
order
of
they
our
appear.
own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts.
Grab add and they spawn, or off tank does it other than that easy. Jump on freeze or no dice. Is right, 90% of the fight is posing before phase 2. Well, I guess we'll find out if I'm off tanking once we see our tank after the cutscene. Well, in that case, since you haven't put on yours, I will. Tank duty falls whoever puts on tank stands first, pretty much. Though, frickin' hell, I hope to hell that he hasn't just forsaken us. Because he put on his tank stance afterwards. So we'll see if she splits aggro now because of that. take them. You can do it, Gunbreaker. I have faith. Gunbreaker doing a really crappy job. Here's phase 2, I imagine. Hose time. Oh, I see why now. I understand. Okay, that's pretty sick, I'm not gonna lie. Only got stepped on. I have to say, I love the freaking music of this game. I really do. There we go. I don't think there's much need for concern. But I'm taking a lot of damage. Not sure if my healer's just not focused on me. We're good. Accommodations to our Gunbreaker friend. Bye, Gunbreaker. That's my head. The singer's an employee. The budget's so tight they only had to find singers among their staff. I mean, they did a pretty good job, so... Oh, I got 4 out of 7 accommodations. That's nice of them. Hi, Iceheart. That didn't go too well for you.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool.
Who, me or you?
You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence.
But violence only begets violence, my friend.
Mine is the righteous cause.
Unfortunately, how history poses it, only the victor can determine that. And you are not that.
You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why.
You are correct, old traditions do tend to breed ignorance.
Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of Light, redemption is not beyond us.
What do you suggest?
We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the Keeper of the Lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift.
So has she also been touched by Hydaelyn? Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. So did she too have the echo, I wonder? There's an Asian. I'm gonna guess from the Black Robe, La Habrea. Let's see. No, it's not La Habrea.
So the vessel withdraws,
A predictable outcome.
Okay.
Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased.
Though still tied into it.
How unfortunate.
You should always assume there's an Ascian watching our every move. Hello! The 12, you are alive! I mean, of course you are alive! Why wouldn't you be? I don't know, Moon. Why wouldn't I be? I started what? And you're certain about that, are you? Dravanians are skilled with glamours, after all. Look, if you say that's what you saw, I believe you. It's just that I've never heard of a primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma has been known to cause hallucination, you see. No, fair enough, I was only asking. Unless you want to get your own injury. If you ask me, there's not to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story and the freezing cold. Let's save it for the Rising Stone, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. Ah, but before that, you had best pay a visit to White Brim Front and speak with Alphino. He's probably worried sick about you. That or he's busy playing at politics with the Ishgardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blurred vision? Oh, no reason. You're about to see the backside of my axe, is what you're gonna see. See you again. Alright. Let's go this way. And if an instance our journey takes us outside of Cartano, I'll probably do Darkhold prior to us leaving the area. Might as well. Oh, is it? Oh, okay, I should have gone up. Right. Wait, no, wait. Oh. Interesting. I see what's happening here. Yeah. There she is, and none the worse for wear. Was there ever any doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? I think I speak for all of us when I say that I should like nothing more than to hear a stirring tale of your victory, if you would be so kind. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning. Not too late to prevent further loss of life, an outcome worthy of celebration, and one of which we have rose to think. Yes, you are right, of course, Sir Emmerich, we should be content with what we have accomplished. I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. She was no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. Aye, there's the matter of Iceheart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Drillmont, is the caravan ready? Yes, the supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of that I have no doubt. I take it that these are the self-same supplies the heretics stole from the House Fortem's caravan. Less the crystals, which comprise the bulk of the shipment, yes, scarcely a fraction of what was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause at all the same. And on an unrelated note, Rose, might it trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? It is not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. I took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I am told. Was that our friend, Haringcroft? Men give vent to their anxieties in myriad ways. Pray do not think less of him. Alright. Make our way back to Dragonheart. And I'm trying to think if we have enough time to go for Darkhold today. If not, we'll probably do it at the beginning of Wednesday's stream, which will be the next time that we do Final Fantasy. Because I've heard of the transition of... So is the transition of Darkhold you're talking about, or are you talking about Shiva, demon? Alright. Hello. It was Shiva? Okay. Makes sense. Then maybe I might do Darkhold on my off time. What were you thinking, Rose? Wagering your very being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair, knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anyway. And then engage in the abomination in mortal combat by the Fury Rose. 'Tis the stuff of ballads. A battle for the ages. Would that I had been there to fight by her side. Yet here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder at what fate a dear friend for a veritable eternity. Veritable eternity. Aw, he's so sweet. I not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But you are here now, and that is what truly matters. Let's move on. Sir Emmerich wished to have words of you and Master Alphino in private. He awaits you in the intercessory. Alright, let's go there. That is over Dieselware. Yes. Greetings, madam. I'll show you in at once.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Let's not even get into the fact that the primals can also temper people that are not blessed with the Echo, so, you know.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nautalon.
I'm gonna imagine the answer is no.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense.
Okay.
All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment.
However...
Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now.
Not to mention that these primals can be resummoned at the behest of their craven followers.
And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
Well, that's at least a benefit.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
No.
That will not be necessary.
We'll still watch it over.
We, too, have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
And thus now you're in our debt.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard-Zoma could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
Makes sense.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies.
Yup.
Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Welcome to politics, Alpha. No.
Choose your next words carefully.
Step down. That's what that looks
Do you know
at.
what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am. Now, why do you suppose that is?
You're good at what you do and you know how to play the game.
Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs.
Yup.
You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
Yup.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
I mean, if it strengthens relationships, it is a benefit to diplomatic relations nonetheless.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance.
So now we find ourselves in a mutually beneficial situation.
Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Makes sense, because if we have this up, then that only strengthens their position of not trusting outsiders.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart.
And no one can fault one for doing that.
I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me.
Fair enough.
Lucia, at your service.
Okay, so she is important enough to have a name.
Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know
Fair.
that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences.
Ears open.
Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland.
That is
Suffice
useful.
it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you.
That is definitely a change of pace from Ul'dah.
Which reminds me, Lord Orchefon, if you would be so kind.
Certainly.
Orchefon.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Which might provide us information on Ivy.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
You did, to be fair. Alright, well that there pretty much concludes the current quest line that we were on. So, on that note, I do believe we will be ending the stream here. But, not before we do find another TTV to go say hi to. So let's see. We're gonna go with Journey to Doma. 6.0 MSQ, Endwalker Raids, Endwalker MSQ, Extreme Trials. Let's go with Pandemonium, Endwalker Raids. Journey to Doma, 4.0 main story. Well, this is a... Let's do this. Let's do the Endwalker Raids then. Why not? Alright guys, as always, I do want to remind you that, as I know, you're now 3 away from ending 5.4, so you have a marker of where you are. Thank you for the heads up. I appreciate it. But as always, guys, if we are going to raid someone else, I do want to remind you, I do not know this person. This will be my first interaction with them. So do let me know if they're good people and to raid them again in the future, or if they're not so good people and to not do so. With that being said, as always, if you guys did enjoy the show, please make sure to hit that follow button. If you haven't already, though, check out our Extra Life campaign. We're trying to help heal kids at Sanford Children's Hospital here in Fargo, North Dakota. On that note, guys, I'll see you all tomorrow at 7 p.m. CST for some more Dead by Daylight, and Wednesday for some Final Fantasy XIV. On that note, bye-bye!